time around the drift course in the first sector. However, clip 1 into clip 2 is quite the descent, and as a matter of fact, as I've walked it the other way, it can also be quite the ascent in real life. But we are here, of course, with a championship all but decided. Martinez Ostraker has put himself in a very strong position so far this season. His run in the championship has been golden in the most literal sense, because he is yet to be defeated in this season of the SIMGEAR Drift competition. The infamous Red Machine and its Lithuanian driver have been very hard to beat this season. The one who's come closest, more often than not, has been Jose Duran, along with Ethan Petraku. They have been the two main protagonists up against Martinez Ostraker this season. As you can see, the top 32 already qualified from yesterday's proceedings, and it was Martinez Ostraker getting in there. You can see we've got Petraku and Michalek as our first battle. So Ethan Petraku immediately into the fray of things. He sits third in the championship at the moment. We will also have Matcha Rashvili and Api going up against each other. Paulius Sinkunas, who's sixth in the championship, will be going up against Sylvester Rookie. That will be a very good battle in the early stages of the show. And then Ali and Madi will be having our final battle of the first segment of today's program. The top 32 stage split into kind of 4 sets of runs as everybody gets the opportunity to compete. But since there are usually 8 to a server, that does mean we split it into 4. So the top 32 does usually take a little while, but once we of course get to the top 16, we're at halfway through the competition, and then things get very thick and fast indeed. Of course, as has been the case all year long, they will compete against each other in 2 runs, where each competitor will get to compete in tandem, once as chaser, once as lead. However, there is also the opportunity, of course, to potentially get the one more time nod if the judges can't quite find equal ground and make a decision mutually on who just won that battle. So we do sometimes see one more time runs, and didn't we have some of the most exciting runs of the season just a few weeks ago at Silverstone, 2 weeks ago at Silverstone. We used the old version of Silverstone, the pre-2010 bridge layout of Silverstone, and bridge was the home to the first few clips of our layout. It really was a spectacle there. Some great runs between Ostraker and Duran in the semi-final stage, which of course Ostraker prevailed in. Here's a look then at the course. As I said, quite a heavy descent between clip 1 and 2. Clip 3 and 4 are just on the apex and exit of that section, and then we use the motorcycle chicane as clip 6, 7, 8, 9 and indeed 10. The last 3 sections, the clip points are all on the outside of the corners. So if you see them apexing, they're doing it wrong. Only one apex to hit, and that is clip 3. Other than that, it's all about hugging the outer extremes of most of these corners. As you can see, some practice runs going on around the course at this stage. We'll run you through the championship top 10 here in just a second. As you can see, we're waiting for Christoph Michalek versus Ethan Petraku here. That will be our first top 32 battle. But your top 10 in the championship, Martinez Ostrejka leads on 314. It's stylish entry there. I think that was... Well, that's neither of our competitors for the first run, but it was a stylish entry all the same. Martinez Ostrejka on 313 points, 236 for Jose Duran. Now there are 104 points, to my reckoning, available for a victory. We've seen that for Ostrejka a couple of times, netting, obviously every time, netting the full 104. Jose Duran is on 236, which puts him 78 back from Ostrejka. So he's going to have to rely effectively on an Ostrejka fumble very early on, and then a win in this round to have any chance of taking the title away from Martinez Ostrejka. As best I can tell, Ostrejka has not yet won the championship, but he is exceedingly close. In fact, to my understanding, just getting to the top 16 will do it as we watch our first run. Ethan Petraku leading away then. Ooh, a little bit of a collision there, trying to get through clip number 5, but this looks like a nice run overall. Some slightly better angle by the looks of it from Petraku in some of these places. Michalek not quite matching him in some regards, and then going very shallow through clip 9 and 10 there at the end of the run. That might be a little bit of a costly error. Let's see what Michalek can do then as lead. I think all told, Petraku has the high ground after that run chasing. Michalek has to be careful not to cross that yellow line on the way to the entry point as well. Neither of them really getting to clip 4 there. Of course, Petraku's job is to shadow Michalek, and Michalek absolutely did not clip at 4. Good run from both. Ooh, and a bit of a collision there at the end. A bit of a clumsy run through clips 9 and 10, but it was quite visibly obvious just how far to the inside of clip 4 Michalek went in his run. By comparison, you can see here Petraku nailing it through that 4th clip, and there was a little bit of contact there on the transition into 5, but I think Petraku, who, as we alluded to, sits 3rd in the standings, I think it's fairly obvious that he will go through here. Unless there's something very technical that I'm missing. Here we see clip 4 again. And yeah, it just looked like Michalek didn't quite carry enough speed through 3, and that left him shallow at 4. And Petraku followed suit because, well, of course, he's meant to be chasing, and that means staying as close, having as much proximity as possible to the car ahead of you. I think that might be a fairly easy first judgment of the day for our judges. We'll wait for confirmation, though. I never got to quite read you through the top 10 in the standings. It is Ostrejka from Duran. Ethan Petraku, who we see here in the chaser, 3rd in the standings. Drusis in 4th. Damian Serviek in 5th. Paulius Sinkunas in 6th place. Ernestos Podolskis in 7th. Loic Hugon in 8th place. Superkorn Thongsa in 9th. And Jakov Bilic rounding out the top 10. Must be said, there's a dominant nation in there. No fewer than 4 Lithuanians in the top 10. And that includes, of course, Ostrejka, our championship leader. If you go down to 12th and 13th, there are 2 more in the form of Svetomir Petrov and Hristo Muraliev. course, we do see some drifting as part of the Palanga 1,006 kilometer weekend in Lithuania, the famed dual carriageway endurance race, and there are some drifting demos there usually. I've seen some pretty gnarly stuff as well at the Nanumo Zaidas circuit in Lithuania, so the culture there is alive and well for Lithuanian drifting. So perhaps we shouldn't be surprised that their guys do such a good job. And there's our decision. Ethan Petraku does indeed go through. Christoph Michalek will be not seen again. Now it's time for Georgi Matarashvili to lead Beam Appy in this run. Appy is listed in a Corvette C6 there on the graphics, but that's clearly not what we're looking at. That's a BMW 2 Series that he's rocking. So Supra versus BMW. Everyone hold your comments about the A90 Supra's platform. Lights on. The run is underway. Bit of a later initiation there from Appy and nowhere near the angle through clip 1 either. Had a lot more speed into 3 there, but it looks like he's got some fairly poor ping or something like that as well. You can see the car herking and jerking a little bit, but you can also see him, it looks like he might be applying the brakes in places where diesel zones aren't listed. Matarashvili, I should say, doing a good job as a lead there. Don't think Appy's run was exemplary. We'll see how he does now as lead. Appy versus Matarashvili. And Matarashvili, they're very far behind Appy, and Appy's doing a good job to this point in the run as lead. Now, proximity is a key thing, and there was none of it from Matarashvili there early on. Doing a great job through those 2 clips either. An interesting one. I feel like Matarashvili's run as lead was marginally better than Appy's, but didn't think there was much to say for his chase run there. But I have to say, I'm not sure that Appy's run was worthy of a move through. I think on balance, Matarashvili has done enough there, but certainly wasn't the best lead run. I think he might have been caught slightly napping at the start there. Well, we've had a replay look back there at those runs. I don't think they've changed my opinion. I think neither party did great work as chaser, but on net across the 2 runs, factoring in the lead, I have to think that Matrashville would be the one to go through. There is Matrashville's car. We wait for that decision. While we do wait, I do just want to disclose and apologise that now, and indeed as we go further into today's broadcast, my voice is only going to get worse and more croaky. So I do apologise for that. I commentated 24 consecutive hours on Friday into Saturday for a charity sim race, 24-hour charity race. The good news is we raised £5,000 for children in need, about $7,000. But bad news is I sound a little bit froggy. But yes, at a svelte 4 to 5 hours, this broadcast should be an easy jog. We await the decision then. Will it be Matrashvili or will it be Beam Api? Matrashvili was a long way back in the early stages of his chase run, but I think he did a better job as lead. And on net, I think he probably did better as chaser as well in terms of matching angle. But we'll see what the decision is. Wait the decision with bated breath here, but as you can see, our next run awaiting. You can see in the background there the kind of main centre of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. While I may not be very technically, I guess, suited to drifting, I do think that the middle section of the Portimao circuit would be brilliant to see cars doing some drifting. I can see from a perspective of packing in the clip points and making the course more technical why you would use this first section. But the long sweepers in the middle part of the circuit and the cresting over the hill and back up again, it's all very interesting to see drifting there. Again, I have walked this circuit in real life and I can confirm it's steeper than it looks on television, which is quite an achievement because it doesn't look particularly flat on TV, but especially that hill that makes our clips 1 and 2 here on this course. It is a very steep hill. Of course, we are running counter clockwise here. We're running the opposite direction that the circuit runs in racing configuration. So a different challenge here, if any of the drivers are used to it from the world of circuit competition. Any luck, they've had some practice, and of course they've all had to qualify to get into the top 32 stage. So they've all done some running here. No one's going in blind. Few, of course, automatically qualifying from the previous, automatically signed up from the previous top 32 night, but they all have to make their way into this stage. FL Santos on the YouTube chat saying there's one corner that you almost get airborne. Well, yeah, on the bikes they do definitely get airborne. I've also seen people. I know the hill you're talking about. I think it's out of turn 8. I think it might be out of turn 8. That drop off the cliff, as it were. I have seen people in cars lift out of the throttle and then end up in the barrier. Beam Appy is judged to have gone through there. Okay, I thought Georgi Rashvili had maybe done a slightly better job across his runs, but turns out that Appy is judged to go through. Of course, the judges know a lot better than I on this stuff, so that's my thoughts are largely irrelevant. Now then, this is going to be one of the more interesting top 32 battles, I feel. Sylvester Rookie giving chase here to Paulius Sinkunas, two drivers we've seen throughout the season. Sinkunas, of course, 6th in the standings as well. He will want to do a good job here. Rookie will be pursuing. They're underway, and it's closest run we've seen through the first clip. Albeit maybe slightly shallower there from Rookie. Not quite matching angle there with Sinkunas. And falling a little way back through clips 4 and 5. Now into clip 8, and again, I feel the angle not quite there for the BMW driver, Sylvester Rookie. Nice run from both parties, our cleanest run so far. Not quite as strong from the perspective of angle nor proximity, really, for Sylvester Rookie. But now he gets the opportunity to lead in the 46. The best Generation 3 series? I think so. Let's see how he does as leader then. Oh, big angle on entry there from Sylvester Rookie. But Sinkunas matching him there. And look at how close he is going through clip 3 and 4. Nicely executed there from Sinkunas. A little bit shallow there going into clip 6 from Paulius Sinkunas. But I feel that overall, it's not quite synchronizing on the swing in some of these clips. But overall, that was a great chase run from Paulius Sinkunas. Very difficult to ever get a truly perfect run as chase, of course. There's always a nit to pick somewhere, but that is a very impressive chase run from Sinkunas. Looking again at the lead from lead run for Paulius Sinkunas with Sylvester Rookie chasing. He fell back quite a lot through 5 and 6, and he certainly had some good proximity through 3 and 4, but he wasn't quite matching angle, and then shallow and making a lot of corrections in clip 8. And looking back at that again, I do feel pretty safe in my assessment that Sinkunas would be the one to go through. Beautiful, though, from both through 3, 4, 5 and 6 on this run, the second run. By no means was it a bad effort from Rookie, but I have to think that Paulius Sinkunas will be the one to proceed onward. We await confirmation of that then. Will it be Rookie? Will it be Sinkunis that goes through? So we await the decision for Sinkunis and Rookie. If you're just joining us, we're in the early phases here of the top 32 section of the fourth round of the SIMGEAR Drift competition. We have travelled through the continent. So we've been to Japan, we've been to Ireland, the United Kingdom, and now Portugal for the final round of the 2024 edition, the inaugural edition of the SIMGEAR Drift competition. This is our third run of the top 32 phase, and Paulius Sinkunis and Sylvester Rookie, two of our regulars. One of the more compelling runs we have lined up here in the top 32, and the judges conferring at present to see who goes through. And it's Sylvester Rookie that goes through. A Rookie makes the progression then. Meanwhile, Muhammad Ali, definitely not that one, is on his own. So Marty's not present. He's just going to run solo here. An automatic qualification and the need for only one run. Nice opportunity to ride on board with him as we get another look at the course up close and personal. A nice run for sure. An automatic qualification, therefore. Into the next stage. And with that, of course, that was our fourth run of that section. That went by very quickly, of course, with the missing driver. So there's the drivers that have gone through. Petraku, Api, Rookie, and Muhammad Ali all go through. We will now be taking a brief intermission before our next quartet of battles take to the circuit to see who progresses into the final 16. Nice quick turnaround there. We have the next round coming up next. Abdullah Al-Gathami up against Supercorn Sathongsa up next. We've seen a lot of Sathongsa, of course, this season. I think he might have qualified for the top 32 and not been there for Silverstone, if memory serves me correctly. But overall, he has been a consistent presence in this season. Al-Gathami, we believe saw at Silverstone as well, at least. Two drivers that should make a compelling pair of runs then in this top 32 battle. They're underway. A gap between them there through first couple of clips. Maybe Sathongsa may have missed clip 4 box there. If he did touch it, it was only barely, not quite matching angle with Al-Gathami at times here. Looks like a couple of corrections being made as well through clip 9, but solid runs from both, but I don't think that was the best chase run I've seen from Supercorn. We wait for the lights to go out then for this run. Thongsa, of course, getting the chance to lead this time around. Let's see how he goes. Careful to not go near the yellow line there for the initiation. And nice through 1, 2, 3, and 4 from both. Agathami staying very close to Supercorn there and getting better angle than him through clip 6 and 7. Thought they may have almost touched, but I don't think they did. I think Agathami just approached that with a bit more speed. Lovely run as chaser there from Agathami with just one little nudge at the end. Well, I was pretty impressed there with both factors of Agathami's run. Supercorn did a good job, but I think he faced a fairly tough adversary there. He wasn't quite matching angle with Agathami, who definitely did the better job from that perspective. It was a spectacular looking run. This second run with Thongsa as chaser. Sorry, Thongsa as leader, I should say. Again, didn't quite get all of the angles nailed down. I think he was within every clip, but I think on the balance of things, Agathami definitely did a better run as chase, and I think his lead run might have been a little more of a spectacle, at least, as well. You await the decision then. Abdullah Agathami and Supercorn Thongsa nose to nose, awaiting their news. Question for those of you who are interested in this kind of thing. If we're talking purely stock cars, is the 86 the most obvious successor to the Silvia, just in terms of vibe and relative performance? I feel like it's the GT86 shares more with an S15 Silvia than, well, an AE86 Corolla. Of course, the Silvia a longer car, but not by much. Well, the judges deliberating. Agathami and Thongsa waiting with bated breath, as we all are. I think watching the replays didn't really change where I thought this was going to go, but I've whiffed twice already. Yeah, so far. So let's see Let's see which way they judge it. Total of 10 clips here at the Portimao layout, which I think means it's tied with Silverstone for the most clip points. Okayama, from memory, had only 7. But vitally important that they nail all of those clip points, and can't be understated quite how much control, precision, deft touch is required to really ace a run, to do what Martinez Estrella has done so far this season, sweeping the board in terms of victories. You really do have to be at a very high level of precision. Well, there you go. Abdullah Al-Ghathami is through. Which doesn't feel that surprising, but there was thorough decision-making process there to just make sure. Kasparas Ducis will lead this next run. Joseph Donique will follow suit. S15 versus E92. And Donique. Ooh, was very quick there into clip 3. Well, through clip 2 and 3, but closed himself right onto the rear of Ducis. Very close through 6 and 7. Correction there in clip 9 from Donique by the looks of it, but a strong chaser run, I would say, there from the American flag driver. We now get to see how he stacks up as lead, and Kasparas Ducis will need to try and certainly put in a very good run to match what Donique achieved in his chase. They await the lights. Donique looking eager, and now the lights go out. We are ready to go. Oh, we didn't quite see the entry properly there, but we assume that was okay. Better and more long angle there through 1 and 2 from Donique. Ducis kind of had to correct up there, and from an angle perspective, all the way through 1 through 6, really, Donique was more consistent and more impressive. Shallow there into 9 and 10 as well from Ducis, I think that's a fairly obvious one. All told, Ducis, I thought, did a good job in lead, as we're seeing here. And Donique did a good job, certainly chasing, but Ducis maybe slightly lacked when it came to his turn to chase. We'll get a look back at the run now. Don't think we'll be able on the replay system to see that entry point, but I assume I assume the American didn't stray over the yellow line at the start of the run, but just not quite matching for angle. Ducis in the Sylvia, I think, just on the basis of staying online and staying and matching angle with the leader. Joseph Danique has taken that one, but we'll see whether I'm in step with our judges. Will it be the E92 or the Sylvia that moves on? Wait for the judges to hand down the verdict on this particular set of runs. From memory, I don't think Danique has been in the top 32 stage this season. If you have and I've forgotten, Joseph, I do apologise. Fresh Juices we've definitely seen a couple of times prior this season. One thing I know for a fact about Portimao is that according to some motorsport photographers who will remain nameless, it has some of the most fun access roads to drive around the perimeter of the course. Up some good speed on the main straight on the access road between the Armco and the grandstand on the outside of the corner, and every now and then, if you're really paying attention, if there's a locked off camera at turn 1, for example, you can see some fairly fast driving from people in hire cars or on scooters on the access roads. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to give you timestamps to see what I'm talking about, but it is something that I've seen a few times. Oh, we wait for the verdict on this run. Again, looking at the replays and indeed live in real time, I felt that Danique had maybe pulled off the better execution as chaser. He's starting to do donuts now, and that's because he's heard the verdict. And good to know we're all on the same page. Joseph Danique goes through. Next up, it's Bulgaria versus Norway. Moraliev versus Blokhus. This should be a good battle, actually. Christo Moraliev, who, of course, does a good amount of drifting in real-world competition. Frederick Blokhus up against him. Good run through the first couple of clips there. Blokhus a bit more angle in general in the first few moments there. I think Moraliev barely grazing clip 4 and I think possibly missing clip 5. Moraliev is close to Blokhus for the most part, but I don't think he's quite nailing the angle. No, that's a bad run through 9 and 10. Certainly not up to Moraliev's normal standards for a chase run. Well, now he gets the opportunity to lead. Nice entry from Moraliev and good speed through clip 1 as well. This lead run looking much better. Blokhus a bit wild through clip 5. I think he may have largely missed clip 5, but from a perspective of angle and just smooth running, I think, even though that wasn't the best lead run we've seen today, I think it was certainly a better lead run for Blokhus than Moraliev. Looking back then at these runs, and I think it wasn't a bad run from Moraliev. It wasn't great, but this was the point where it really fell apart there at clip 9 and 10. Thought he did a good job in this lead run, but well, Blokhus wasn't always close, and I think may have nearly missed, at the very least, a couple of those boxes. He's done a better job overall there in my eye. Is my eye trained? No. But if it were me, I think I'd be heading towards Frederick Blokhus on that one. Didn't quite pick up on whether they both strayed away from that yellow line on entry, but I know that was a big talking point yesterday, and I suspect anyone who didn't quite take it seriously before Saturday night does now. Rough luck on the YouTube ads, Nick. If you're watching along with us, do chime in. I think given given the length of these broadcasts, it's always nice to have a chat with people in the chat. Frederick Blockhus would be hard done by if he does not go through, but there is always a chance that there's something that maybe the broadcast cameras didn't show so well, or something that the more adept eyes of the judges saw that I did not. But from my perspective, I think particularly there at clip 9 and 10, Blockhus was the superior chase. Hristo Moraliev with a scruffy run as chaser. Certainly not up to his ordinary standards. Of course, often if you speak to someone about drifting, or if someone is being spoken to about drifting as a complete newbie to the sport, you will hear the three words speed, angle, proximity. It's all about the sap, but also, of course, actually following the minutiae, the detail of the course, the accel, the decel zones, as well as the actual clip points, making sure you get them is hugely important. That said, though, if you're a chaser, it is of the utmost importance to match the run of that of the competitor ahead of you, more so than nailing the course. And we saw that it was Petraku a little bit earlier on. He missed the clip, but the guy ahead of him missed the clip, so that was his objective, to match the angle and stay close to the car he was chasing, and that's exactly what he achieved. He went through into the final 16, and we wait for the confirmation as to who will be passing into this final 16, or from this top 32 into the final 16, and it's Frederick Blockhus who goes through. So I don't think that's any great surprise. Next up, it's Angelov versus Gulbranson. Angelov up against Alex Gulbranson. So another battle of Bulgaria versus Norway. Two very different Nissans stepping up to the plate. It'll be Angelov with the S13 that leads it. Gulbranson very shallow there through clip 1. Nice through 5 and 6 there from Angelov, but from Gulbranson, and shallow again there. I was just going to give him props for his run through 4, 5 and 6, but if the first clip wasn't a deciding factor, then I have to imagine that 8 and 9 will be. Gulbranson on the back foot as he now steps up to the plate for lead. I do feel like an Olympic diving commentator on these events because I couldn't do any of this. Give me all the specialised equipment in the world. Wouldn't happen. Goldbranson now taking the chance to lead. Ooh, nice angle there from Angelov. Maybe not quite nailing it at clip 5, but in general, staying close. Good angle. Very shallow there at clip 8, but... And indeed at clip 9. It was a good run until the end there from Angelov. It's a difficult one there because they both missed clips, but Angelov certainly had the more consistent drift of the two. It was good up to this point at clip 8 for Goldbranson, despite the scruffiness of clip 1. But it was 8 and 9 and 10 that really put a dampener on his efforts. As a lead run, he did a good job. And certainly through these initial points, I thought Angelov was doing great, and especially the angle at clip 1 was a crowd pleaser for sure, but 9 and 10 definitely weren't quite up to snuff, up to standard, but I would still say the more consistent flowing drift and perhaps a slightly better job of mirroring his lead was certainly Angelov. Goldbranson, I think a couple too many slip-ups and indeed just breaks of drift. Sure, Angelov didn't nail clip 8 and 9, but he was never having to reinitiate his drift at any stage. But much like a lie detector test, sometimes I'm only right about 51% of the time. So let's wait and see what the professionals have to say. Angelov then is through. Particularly surprised by that one. That's one of the quicker calls of the night as well. So I think that one was about as obvious as I thought it looked. Here's where our table stacks up then. Algathami, Joseph, Blokhus and Angelov all through. And I think actually 2 very good final 16 battles to come there from that bracket in the top 32. We now move on to another server and indeed another cluster of 8 drivers looking to progress. And as you can see there on the right side of your screen, we will have Martinez Ostraker, our championship leader, competing in our next run of the broadcast. But before that, we will take a brief break while our next set of competitors roll in. Well, Striker versus Green will be our next runs, but got some practice going on at the moment. There is Martinus Striker in the Maroon Peril. His rather infamous RPS 13. Don't think it'll be too long before they step up to the plate here as we continue on with the top 32 phase of our fourth round of the SIMGEAR Drift competition. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for doing so. We are live on Pitlane.TV. Self, Adam Weller, bringing you all of the action, along with the Pitlane.TV crew. E92 Nick saying, "Good luck, Green." We'll see if your countryman succeeds. At least I think it's your countryman. I think E92 Nick is Nick Donato, if I'm not mistaken. You're right on board with our striker. It's good to see this, and yeah, look at that already. Got his bit between his teeth here, hasn't he? This is quite a chase run that we're seeing, and this is only practice. Doesn't take long for Martinus to warm up. So then, Marcus Green, Martinus Ostraker will be stepping up to the plate momentarily. Marcus Green just making sure those tyres are warmed up. And gosh, they didn't waste much time with the lights there. Ostraker leads then, our championship leader, and he didn't get much of a chance to initiate there at the line. He clipped Green there and didn't get into his slide till quite late, but he's doing a good job through these initial clip points. Green looking a little bit scruffy, a bit shallow there at 8, now through 9 and 10, and a little bit of contact there with a striker as well. Certainly a smoother run from a striker, and I think a technically superior run there as well. Marcus Green firmly on the back foot then as he goes into his lead run, at least from my perspective. But ever the fan of espionage, he does provide a smokescreen. I do talk some nonsense, I do apologise. We're underway then, the light's on, and we're off. Better initiation there from Green, of course, but the striker didn't get much say, I think, in how his initiation went. Nice chase run here from a striker. Not getting as close as we've seen him get at times this season. Oh, too quick there from Green. A bit of over exuberance there for sure, but it wasn't a bad lead run. That said, I think that's one of the easy ones, really, for the judges. Straker, yeah, was late to initiate, but I think there was a tap there from quarter panel to quarter panel between Green and Straker on the run towards the initiation. And in some places, I must say, Green there at clip 6 did quite a good job, 6 and 7, but a couple of clumsy moments in that run, a couple of corrections, and while I was very impressed with this runner's lead, clip 8 notwithstanding, I think it would be hard to see this as the first defeat of the season for Ostraker. That clip 8 certainly ambitious from a speed perspective from Green. Not a bad run at all, but, well, not a great run, but not the worst we've seen tonight. But up against Martinez Ostraker, you need to be batting at a pretty high average to knock him out. And no one has struck him out yet this season. I don't think getting into the top 16 will guarantee the title for Ostraker, as wonky as my maths can be, but it will put it in a position where, well, it would already be in a position where Duran would have to win, but I'm pretty sure that Martinez Ostraker will be going through into this top 16, and doing so will put him a mere minutiae of points away from winning. I think within 2 or 3 points of claiming the title. And indeed, confirmation through. Martinez Ostraker makes the progression into the next round. Next up then, Dorigo versus Yakutish, and only one car there for now. Is this going to be a lonely run for Dorigo, or do we have our chaser waiting in the wings? I think we've been stalling, hoping for Pudush Yakutish make an appearance, but I think Davide Dorigo might end up going solo here. We just need those lights to reset by the looks of it. There they go. It is just going to be Dorigo then. Good chance to get his eye in. We would like to see the run, though. Looks like we might be stuck on this camera based on the fading in and out, but we know that Dorigo is going to go through. We join him halfway through the run. Nice execution there through 8. A bit shallow through 9 and 10, but it's enough to go through when you're the only one out there. Davide Dorigo will move forward then. Unless that was just a practice run. I would assume that would solidify as a result. We have the next runs coming up, so Davide Dorigo will have gone through. The next runs are lining up. Don't know who we have here, but we have another run on the course. It's Al Hamadi versus Felipe Santos, who I think has been with us in the YouTube chat, watching along. Santos chasing. Not quite committing some of the clips as much as Al Hamadi, but not a bad run from the black car. Al Hamadi, though, doing a good job as lead there. That was a solid run. See how Felipe Santos does this time as leader. It certainly wasn't a bad chase run. There were maybe some clips that weren't absolutely nailed by Santos, but Al Hamadi can't afford any major issues in this run as chaser. Santos gets nice and close to the line there as we go through initiation. Nice run through clip 1 there from Santos. Of course, on home turf, he wants to do a good job. Al Hamadi staying close to him there, maybe not quite matching him for angle through 5. A bit shallow out of 7 as well. This is going to be a tough one to judge, I think. I'd argue that Santos maybe did the better job of chasing there. Had some great angle on his chase run through clip 1, and I think if you're just looking at proximity and just matching Al Hamadi, I think Santos might have this. He was a bit scruffy at 8, but let's take another look at Al Hamadi's chase run. Oh, he did get close there through clip 2 and 3. Certainly wasn't shy for commitment. I think transitioned a bit early into clip 5. And then didn't really do the best job of mirroring Santos's line in the closing stanza of that second run. No, I wouldn't be mad at either man moving through here. It was definitely a good battle, as Sky says in the chat as well. On balance, I would maybe throw it to Felipe Santos, but both guys did a good job. I would say, from my point of view, which hasn't always been correct tonight, but from my point of view, I think that's the closest run so far. Kind of thing where I wouldn't be massively shocked if there was a one more time ruling, but if I was to have some artillery pointed in my direction and told to pick one, I think I probably would go Felipe Santos. Though Al-Hamadi was very good in his lead run, that cannot be discounted. Sure that while patriotism perhaps isn't quite the factor in the sim world as it is in real life, Felipe Santos would like to have as competitive of a day as possible here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Wonderful facility that it is. I've actually sat in the main building at Estoril and heard employees, managers from Estoril comment on just how good of a facility Portimao is. It's a revered facility for sure. Bit far away for spectators on any of the non-World Championship level weekends. It can be quite hard to attract spectators out to the Portimao circuit, but it's a really impressive place to be. Felipe Santos simply saying Portugal with a heart. I'm very much looking forward to being out there in January, Felipe. The Gidlit Racing Winter Series events at Estoril and Portimao. I'll be out there for those, and I'm looking forward to being there again. Estoril, one of my more frequently visited circuits, actually. 4th time there this year, I think, or this coming year. For many years, Estoril was the most recent host of the Portuguese Grand Prix, but during the pandemic, the Formula One circus made a couple of visits out to Portimao. Definitely a circuit I'd like to see Formula One at again. Again, I feel like if you were to look at the map and do so with a drifting eye, I think there are at least 3 or 4 very solid drift courses that one could make of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Don't envy the judges on this one. But Felipe Santos progresses into the Final 16. Ahmed Al-Hamadi did a good job, but Santos is determined to go through. Hugon versus Thitakuntron up next. Loic Hugon, who we've seen put in some impressive performances this season, up against Natapat Thitakuntron. We're underway. Both of them a bit shallow through the first clip to my eye, but Hugon with a much better angle in 3 and 4. I think Thitakuntron may have become slightly unsettled on the downhill between 1 and 2. And that's seemingly put him on a bad footing for the rest of the run. Bit of contact there with Hugon as well. That was not a particularly great chase run. Was not doing a great job of following the wheel tracks nor the angle of Loic Hugon. We now wait for the lights to go out again. Thitakuntron in the 86 will get his chance to lead. Oh, that's a big misstep from Loic Hugon. Now, at least on initial viewing, you'd say that's Loic's problem, but perhaps excessive deceleration may have been a factor from Thitakuntron, but I have to think that was Loic Hugon who made the error there. Yeah, that's a shame for Loic, because it was a solid lead run here as we get another replay of that first run. Great angle from Hugon. Some solid proximity up until clip 7 for Thitakuntron, but yeah, Hugon was just too close there and too fast for boot, I think. Would be a little bit surprised if that doesn't go Thitakuntron's way. Natapat Thitakuntron in the G6 Blue 86. Join us in the midst of the SIMGEAR.TV SimDrift competition's season finale. This is the top 32 stage. Already in our third quarter, if you will, of the top 32, which is split into rounds of 8. 8 competitors and 4 sets of battles. This is the tail end of the of our third quarter, if you will. Our final 4 pairings will be up next just as soon as these results are in. Given Hugon was maybe a bit bold in that deceleration zone and sent Thitikuntron across the gravel and into the wall. I would think Natapat would progress unless it was an excessive or early deceleration from Thitikuntron, but I didn't think that was the case. On the road, if you're following, you usually get punished for the collision, and it appears that's the case here as well. Thitikuntron does indeed go through, so that's our final pair of runs for this segment of the top 32. Let's take a look at the board and see who we have left to run here in the top 32. There are your four that progress at the top right from this segment of the top 32. Estreka, Dorigo, Santos, and indeed Thitikuntron, who we just see updated on there. And another high-stakes run coming up after a brief ad break. As you can see, Jose Duran is going to be a part of the next run we see on this broadcast, so stick around and see what the man who sits second in the championship can do after this break. So there you saw our table as we go into the final segment of the top 32. Our final quartet of battles incoming. Jose Duran will be a part of this next battle. Don't think it's Jose that we have lining up there along with Bathelo. Unless he's had a switch of car. He has. Jose's in the R35. Okay. So the Evo's been ditched. Let's see how he does in the big Nissan. Dominic Basillo chasing as they... Oh, very brave there at 2 and 3 from Basillo, but I think that's cost him dear there. Well held by Jose Duran with a little bit of a nudge. Whoa, goodness me. Another nudge there from Basillo, who is pushing in more ways than one. But Jose Duran with a new car, new set of wheels. Let's see. We got a solid chase, lead run out of him there. Let's see how he does in chase. Dominic Basillo leading. Jose Duran giving chase. Nice angle there from Basillo through the first clip as Duran homes in on him. The Evo looks like quite a large car. He's managed to find an even bigger car now as we go through clip 8. Oh, Basillo was slow there through 8 and kind of checked up, and that meant Jose Duran didn't have much of a place to go there. I did say earlier on the kind of the road ruling that whoever's behind is at fault for a collision. Well, I think Jose Duran was fairly evidently not at fault for the collision as chaser there. Oh, collision there. Yeah, that was the second of the two collisions as we get a look back at the run. And yeah, even on second run through, that one, that second collision in particular was a bit of a biggie. Great to see Jose at his normal form. Just get a look here again at 8. Yeah, Basillo was deep on entry and then kind of checked up, and Duran didn't have much place to go. I feel like Jose should be safe with that run. Of course, for him, it's effectively win or bust if he wants to be the champion. But I don't think there's any risk of not seeing Jose Duran through into the final 16. I see Angel Angelov is suggesting some medicines to me on the YouTube chat. Rakija or Rakija, I think. I was going to say, I think that might be alcoholic, and Svetomir Petrov confirming my suspicions. Anything like Palinka, by any chance? Talking about home remedies for my rather battered throat after doing 24 hours of consecutive commentary in the last 2 days. I'm a very large man, so I can take a drink or two without too much trouble. And I love saying it's a lot alcoholic. Okay. Even Pitlane.TV getting in on the action as Jose Duran is confirmed to go through. And next up, it's a bit of deja vu. Very similar cars. Pedro PDR versus Daniel Anafriev. I'm assuming that's meant to be said as PDR as opposed to Pedro or something like that. Pedro, I apologise if I'm wrong. But it is Pedro that leads this one, the Brazilian flag driver. A little bit of a slide there from, well, a little bit of a slide, but a little bit of a deeper exit there towards clip 4 from Anafriev as, oh, PDR a bit too shallow there for my liking through clip 8, but solid run from both parties. I think Pedro there had to slightly check up. And Anafriev now getting his opportunity to lead, and they're underway. Nice run through the first clip there from Anafriev. Big angle on the descent to clip 2. Some more corrections there by the looks of it from Anafriev, and lacking some angle through clip 5 as well from Pedro rather than Anafriev. My apologies. I think I said the wrong name there at least once. Maybe I am on the drink. Yeah, that was a good lead run from Anafriev in the GTR. Pedro, I think, as both lead and chase, didn't quite match up to the Brazilian there, or rather, sorry, to the Ukrainian there. I think the Ukrainian flag driver in the GTR would be the natural progressor there. Wasn't a bad run from Pedro, but clip 8 was certainly a bit askew, and even prior to that as well, I think maybe checked up a little excessively. Broke the flow of his drift a bit, but a mighty lead run here from Anafriev, and Pedro didn't do the best job of matching. Certainly missed at least a bit of clip 5. We watch the replay of this run. There's a fair bit of behind-the-scenes talk going on down in the YouTube comment section. All I've got available to me is a bottle of Bailey's, and I don't think it would be fair on anyone, much less Iskren if I start to consume. Daniel Anafriev, you would think I'm already drinking, in the GTR versus Pedro PDR in the Silvia. I would suspect Anafriev should go through here. I appreciate the wisdom from Angel Angelov in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much. We had a decision on that run. I think we may have done. I didn't see the graphic flash up. I think I was looking away for a moment there because my cat is trying to interfere. My apologies. Christian Petrov then up against Nick Donato, who's been with us watching along the whole time. Let's see what pointers he's picked up as he chases Christian Petrov for this run. Fully up to the same angle as Petrov there through the first clip by the looks of it, but carrying some good speed, staying close to the Supra. Ooh, very close to the rear of the Supra there at the transition between 5 and 6. Doesn't quite look like Donato is getting the same angle as Petrov, and a little bit of a collision there at the end as well for good measure. Was a bit of a hair-raising run at times. I think Donato might be on the back foot there, given just looked like he was lacking a bit of angle. Now gets his turn as lead. Petrov was quite close to him there as he initiated, and nice from both parties through 1 and 2. That's more like it from Donato. Very nice indeed from both parties. Petrov, I think maybe slightly beyond the limits there, but doing a good job following. Maybe lost a bit of ground there through 8 and 9, but in general, I don't think Petrov did much wrong there. Just wonder if something was amiss with Donato first run, because he wasn't quite there from an angle perspective. Certainly had some good proximity, but not quite. And then that bump at the end as well. I think on balance, Petrov would more than likely be the way to go here, but we'll wait and see on that front. Certainly a nice lead run from Donato. Strayed a little bit over the line through clip 9 and 10, but there's no wall there, so that's okay. Nick just confirming that he's on a completely different set of hardware this weekend, which is certainly a bit of a learning curve. So respect for you to getting into the top 32 on the new hardware, Nick. I need to do some chatting with SIMGEAR and see if I can't get myself some setup at some point. I'm unfortunately down a gaming PC. This is the second run of our final segment of the top 32. Our second run of the final segment. Yep, that is correct. Still 2 more battles to go here before we move on to the top 16, and of course at that point we are at the half distance of the event. 2 drivers with a shot at the title. Martinez Estreka and Jose Duran have both already run. They're both through into the next round already. I don't think Estreka has won the title just yet, but he is very close. Svetomir Petrov commenting on Jose Duran's use of a controller. Hey, at least he's got the PC. That's more than I've got. Well, we wait with bated breath for more information. Oh, apologies for my cat, who is, I think, currently purring directly into the microphone. Say your piece, Neil. No, he's a bit shy of the mic, but no, do not step on the keyboard, my little friend. I have also moved where my hardware is this week, much like Nick, and the side effect is that feline access to my equipment has taken a big step forward. Whether that's a blessing or a curse, I'm not too sure. You wait confirmation on Donato versus Petrov. But Christian Petrov does indeed go through. I think as everyone, possibly up to and including Nick Donato, expected. But a good effort from Nick on his new gear. Those of you discussing hardware in the comments, I'm sure that there will be some good Black Friday deals at SIMGEAR. That's not an official statement, but I'm sure there will be. Adrian Matisiak up against Dekov against Matisiak here. Dekov leading for this, Matisiak leading for this run. Dekov in the E92 behind, and both of them very nice through the first 3 or 4 clips here. Good chase here from Dekov. Matisiak not putting many feet wrong at all in lead. Solid run there. I'd say top 5 that we've seen so far, quite possibly. So Bojan Dekov this time will get the chance to lead. Up against Adrian Matisiak, who has a livery that reminds me a lot of Conrad Motorsport, especially at the front. Bojan Dekov and Matisiak off then. Oh, goodness me, almost side by side on initiation there. Matisiak did a good job not to make contact with Dekov. Oh, well, he does make contact with him there and forces Dekov more or less off the circuit. I think that's going to be the defining factor there. Matisiak did a good job as chase, but... sorry, his lead, but I don't think his chase run is quite up to snuff here. Oh, but then again, Dekov has an issue too. That was scruffy. Bit of a late initiation on the first run as well from Matisiak. But from this point onwards, I felt both of them did a very good job in this run. Almost a reverse entry there from Dekov at clip 6. Yeah, really solid run from both parties here. Then Matisiak seemed a bit close to Dekov at the initiation point, basically alongside one another, and then... I mean, who was at fault there? Was Dekov slowing down, perhaps? I mean, it looked like Matisiak might have been pretty much right to hit clip 4 before he made contact with Dekov, and then Dekov way shallow, I think, at... not shallow, but just scrubbed all of his speed away halfway through clip 9. I think, looking at that a second time, I think Dekov may have had more of a part to play at the clip 3 contact than I initially thought, but Matisiak was certainly going to be running it close to just going straight off the track with the speed he took. It was, I think, a bit of excessive speed from Matisiak and a bit of lacking speed from Bojan Dekov. They ended up meeting in the middle. Matisiak, again, just looking at that livery at the front. A lot of Conrad Motorsport there in that combination of colours and decals. Hopefully we'll get a look at the front again before we move on. That is a H&R sticker, isn't it, on the front? Yeah, it is. And the kind of green-blue is very close to the colours that Franz Conrad adorns to all of his car. And, of course, used to run the green along with the white in on Celine's and Porsches in the 2000s into the early 2010s. And Bojan Dekov goes through. So Bojan Dekov is through to the next round. So I'm guessing clip 3, the contact was judged to be... his fault. Or was judged to be Matisiak's fault, anyway. And that was the conclusion of the top 32. So we now will take a short break, of course, going into the final 16. And we look forward to bringing you that. So then our next round of competition is just, oh, as I knock over my drink, a few moments away. The top 16 begins in earnest in just a few moments. Everybody who is expected in the first half of this bracket just getting ready to go. There is Ethan Petraku with his Toyota Chaser. And it's Beam Appy who will go up against him here. See this run unfold then. They're both there. We're both ready. Petraku versus Appy. It would take a big, giant killing moment here for Ethan Petraku to lose out before going into the quarterfinal. Nice angle there from Petraku. Appy doing a good job chasing, though, thus far in the run. Maybe not quite matching up to Petraku's angle, but staying relatively close. Not quite up to the edge of the track there at clip 6. The angle and the closeness to the edge from Petraku definitely a little bit more impressive. But it was a respectable run there from Beam Appy. Let's see how he can perform as lead. The BMW then will set off first for this one. Nice fully committed entry certainly there from Beam Appy, as Petraku gets nice and close through 3 and 4. Nice chasing here from Petraku, matching him very well indeed on that transition into 7. Bit wild there into 8 and 9 or into 9 and 10, sorry, from Beam Appy, but a solid effort from Beam Appy. But I have to think that Petraku, I didn't see many feet put wrong there by Ethan. The man who sits 3rd in the championship, of course. .56 back from Jose Duran in 2nd, so of course, while anything is possible, I do feel as though the top 3 is fairly solidified at this stage of the season, but if he puts in a barn burner for the rest of the night and Jose Duran falters, then potentially runners-up spot could fall Petraku's way. He's too far back to defeat a striker in the points table. But can he claim the final win of the season? It's quite possible. I'm certainly of the belief that he's made it through the top 16 here. In the rather gorgeous Toyota Chaser. Of course, the Chaser not sold in the UK, but that hasn't stopped one of them from becoming a bit of a local legend, or depending on how you view it, a point of infamy in the local car community. Known for some slides where slides may not be encouraged. Well, we await confirmation on that. The next run already primed at the start line. It was indeed Petraku going through, as one would expect. We now move on to Sylvester Rookie up against Muhammad Ali. Ali getting his first actual battle of the day as he progressed on his own earlier on tonight. Rookie with some nice angle there. Ali not quite able to match through the first clip and then making contact with Rookie at clip 3. I don't get the impression that was on Rookie at all, that collision there, or that one. This is our messiest run of the night. Hopefully it remains that way. I don't think Sylvester Rookie can take all of that blame. In fact, I don't think he takes much of it, unfortunately. Let's see if Muhammad Ali can put in a good run as leader here then. Rookie a bit far back, but maybe wanting to keep his distance after the collisions, but proximity is important. Granted, I don't think he'll be at any particular risk of not getting through now. Nice angles, I must say, for Muhammad Ali. This is a solid leader run. Maybe scrubbing off a bit too much speed out of clip 8, but in general, that was a really good lead run, actually, from Muhammad Ali. However, I can't help but think that for the second time this weekend, a boxing legend is going to lose to a relative rookie. If you know, you know. Was a little bit messy from Muhammad there. This lead run was very nice indeed. Clip 1, one of the better clip 1s I think we've seen so far. Ali and Rookie await the verdict then, as do we. I would anticipate that Rookie should go through, unless on some of the other angles and other data points they can see that maybe those collisions weren't all Ali, but I'm pretty sure Rookie was doing about the right thing during his lead run. Would be a shock if the E46 is eliminated here. We've seen a lot of Rookie in this year's top 32 segments of the SIMGEAR Drift competition, but we also, of course, got to see Muhammad Ali in the Silverstone round 2 weeks ago. Indeed, rookie goes through. We move on then to our next event, or our next round. Joseph Danique up against Abdullah Al-Githami. Is it Donique Joseph? Am I getting that the wrong way round, or is that the wrong way around on the graphics? I'm not sure now. I'm questioning myself. It is Donique Joseph. My apologies, Donique. Is Donique Joseph chasing Abdullah Al-Githami, giving the lead on this run. Lovely angle there from Al-Githami. I remember being impressed by his lead run last time, and it's looking good again here, but Danique Joseph doing a good job of following, but maybe a bit shallow there through clip 6 and 7. And again, not quite matching angle through 6, 7 and 9, 10, but a solid effort from Danique Joseph there. Al-Githami with a really good lead run. Let's see how he matches up now as chaser then. Certainly, Danique Joseph's put in a good banker run there. If something goes wrong here for Al-Githami, then there's every chance that Danique Joseph goes through, but not the strongest chase we've seen. Oh, Al-Githami not really getting the angle through clip 1, and then a collision with Danique Joseph in 3 and 4. This might be the kind of error that I was alluding to, maybe working in Danique Joseph's favour, and when there haven't been scruffy moments here through 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's a good chase from Al-Githami, but I feel like it started off a little bit too scruffy. Was also lacking a bit of angle through 10, but perhaps on the balance of things there, unless, again, there's always the possibility that with repeat viewing and deeper analysis from the judges that they see fault elsewhere than I did there in regards to those collisions, but to me that looked like it was on Al-Githami for the most part. We'll have another look. Here they go. This is the run with Al-Githami chasing, and he was late to initiate there. And yeah, I think that bump was all Al-Githami, to be honest. And that one. Well, maybe Danique was slightly slowing up there through clip 7, but realistically, Al-Githami's job as chaser is to chase, not nudge. And, well, there was some nudging there. Well, we await the ruling here. I suspect Danique Joseph will likely move forward. Stranger things have happened. We'll see. Like I said, I was impressed with Agathami's lead run and maybe thought that Danique Joseph was not doing the best job chasing on his run, but Agathami's collisions to the quarter panels of the E92 will most likely count against him. Confirmation then that Danique Joseph goes through. Good run from Agathami as lead. A couple of mistakes there, but we move on now to Angel Angelov and Frederick Blockhus. This should be a fun battle, actually. Sylvia on Sylvia, S13 versus S15. Blockhus will be leading this run as we get underway. Bit shallow there from Blockhus. Angelov matches it well. Slightly shy of the box there at clip 6 from Angelov, but a couple of nudges as well. Looked as if Blockhus might be getting a tiny bit of lag there as well. That might have made Angelov's work a little bit harder for him, but decent run from Blockhus. A couple of missed markers, but certainly he nailed clip 6 in a way that Angelov did not. Let's see what Angelov can do as the lead then. Ooh, again, shallow through clip 1. Both drivers have done that now. Good speed there from Angelov through 3 and 4. Full commitment there. Nice run this from Angelov. Blockhus having to make a couple of corrections there at clip 8. And yeah, I like that run from Angelov. A couple of misgivings. Clip 1 looked like he was a bit wide of the mark, but same applies to Blockhus on his run. I think Angelov may be ticking the proximity box a little bit more than the Norwegian on his chase run, albeit getting into the side of the younger Nissan a couple of times. Very committed entry, but a slightly wild approach to clip 1. 3 and 4 though, or 2, 3 and 4. Thing of beauty from Angelov. Very good indeed. Let's wait for the judges on this one then. Kus and Angelov await the ruling, as we all do. Race Up team saying next one's a big one. We'll echo that sentiment. Angelov. Of course, we saw at least one little nudge there in his chase run, but it's a really solid effort, particularly his lead from my view. I'm quite surprised that Frederick Blockhus doesn't have a Blockhouse parody livery on his car. Could make up some slightly altered decals and claim the brand as his own. Angelov just shifting his parking about a little bit. And he wins it. Angel Angelov will move forward then into the next round of the tournament, into the quarterfinal. And here, as you heard, is a big one. Well, here is some larking around. But next up, we have a big one. A Straker versus Dorigo. And per my slightly rudimentary mathematics, I believe that a Straker getting through here would confirm him for the championship no matter what Jose Duran does. He will go up against Dorigo. Everybody just getting some skids in while they wait. As we now see how the first half of the top 16 has gone. Just waiting for confirmation as to whether we're expecting to go to a break. It looks like everybody's pretty much ready to go, but we'll just wait for confirmation on that. We're not going to go to an ad break. We're going to be back with the top 16, but you see there, Davide Dorigo versus Martinus Ostraker. That will be up next, and this could be a championship winning run here for Martinus Ostraker. Dorigo was solid earlier on, though. Let's see if maybe something can happen. We're underway. And Martinez Ostraker leads them off. Davide Dorigo looking to play spoiler here to the man who hasn't been defeated even once. And he's not going to do it like that, unfortunately. Dorigo, ambitious and too far to the inside. And not matching Ostraker for angle either. A few corrections at clip 8, I think. As good as ever from Ostraker as lead there. Ostraker versus Dorigo, take 2 then. Davide Dorigo will now lead this run. But here we go. Martinez Ostraker now chasing. He'll want to... Oh, dear, that's clumsy. Now, who's at fault there? Ostraker was quite close, but did Dorigo slow down excessively? I don't know. We'll have to look back at that again. I'm not used to Martinez Ostraker making errors. Colliding there with Dorigo as well. And a third time for good measure. That's uncharacteristic from Martinez Ostraker. Well, I want to look back at that again. This is our initial run with Ostraker leading, and as per, he did everything right. Dorigo wasn't quite able to match him for angle, and then there was this collision here at clip 3. But has Martinez Ostraker perhaps signed himself up for a night of edge-of-seat viewing? And perhaps some edge-of-seat mathematics. Need to look at that again. I didn't... I'd appreciate having a look at this run 2 again, if possible. Let's take a look at this clip 8. Yeah, I think Ostraker was a bit ambitious on entry speed there, and I don't know, I think Dorigo could have been a bit quicker and smoother through 9 and 10, and Ostraker was getting backed up. If we could have another look at the start of that second run, I would really appreciate it. See if that's what we're getting here. We are indeed. That's... Yeah, that's on a striker, in my view. Dorigo styled it out nicely, I must say. I think, while it was quite an early initiation, big whip from Dorigo, it was judged to be a striker's fault, and for the first time this season, we're not going to see Martinez a striker in the final. We're not going to see him in the final 8. This is the shock of the season. Davide Dorigo progresses and Martinez Ostraker has faltered. And per my rudimentary mathematics, I think that means that suddenly the title could be up for grabs. That is huge. Natapat Thitikuntron is next, chasing Felipe Santos, who's looking for a good result here on home turf, but what a shock that is. A striker out for the first time all year. Well, that's a big story that has developed from that run. Santos now leading our next. The event rolls on as the shock slowly wears off. Felipe Santos not with Thitikuntron too close to him there through the first 4 clips. He's now closing in, not quite matching Santos for angle here. A little bit of a collision seemingly between them as well. Santos putting some good angles out there, and Thitikuntron isn't quite matching. Thitikuntron and Felipe Santos switch positions then. Thitikuntron. Some good angle there out of clip 1. Santos doing a good job matching up. I think Santos may have missed clip 4 a little bit, but doing a great job here from the respective angle and proximity, but a bit of a correction there at 8. I know, there was a little bit of a slip up there towards the end from Felipe Santos, but I felt that in general, especially early on here with Thitikuntron quite a way behind, I just got the feeling that overall there Santos did the better job. His angles were far better while giving chase and indeed while leading. Let's look at this run. Yeah, Santos was a bit shallow there at clip 4, it must be said, and then we'll get a look at it again in a moment, but he was Yeah, correcting himself a bit at 8. He just scrubbed some speed there, I think, with a slightly aggressive entry to clip 8, but... tough one. I think Santos on balance might have it, but I could see the argument in favour of Natpat or Natyapat Titikundron. We await the information here. I think it's one of those things where each competitor had pros and cons, and it's a matter of weighing up the cons against each other, I suppose. Join us on Pitlane.TV for the finale of the SimGear Drift competition, which Felipe Santos will be continuing on in. He makes it into the quarterfinal on home turf. Felipe Santos, congratulations to him. Anufriev and Jose Duran. With identical cars and doing a good job on this run chasing is Anufriev. Maybe not perfectly matching up to Jose. Boy, don't these cars look sizable and a little clumsy. Of course, for Jose Duran, this is hugely important. Hugely important run here as chaser. Let's see how he does. Big angle from Jose there. Very, very, very close. Excessively close to Anufriev. Surely not both championship contenders being eliminated. Okay. Well, this is the initial run with Duran leading and Anufriev chasing. And it was a solid effort from Anufriev as chaser. Was certainly matching up on proximity, not necessarily always on angle, but it was a nice chase run from Anufriev, but I think we might just have seen something quite special for Martinez Straker. And yeah, I'm not sure how you could blame that on Anufriev. I think that's all Jose. And I think he knew it too. And if indeed Onufriev goes through, which you'd have to assume is going to be the ruling, and if it is the ruling, then that's the championship. Martinus Ostraka will win from the sidelines, like Sebastian Loeb in the 2006 World Rally Championship. What a moment, if that is the case. What a dramatic top 16. I have to think that this is going to go against Jose, but if it does, I don't think it's the way a striker would want to win it this way, but it might be how it goes. I'm seeing some offers of imported alcohol in the chat. Kamil Maleki says he's quite local. Interesting. Wondering where he might be based. As Duran and Onufriev have the perhaps slight lack of desire to see their replay. That was what could be the most pivotal moment in the championship so far. I thought it was going to be Ostraka's errors that would be the pivotal moment potentially in the championship, but young Jose Duran has had a drama here that I feel is going to go against him. Sorry, says Kamil Maleki. Yeah, no, we're close, man. I'm just outside Portsmouth, so yeah, southern United Kingdom for sure. I'll be backing Mr. Angelov then in his next run to satisfy my curiosities on our topic of choice for the day. That just that being the Rakik. This is a long old decision process for what on the face of it looked quite simple, but perhaps they've seen something in this that we haven't. And of course, a championship deciding decision is never one you want to make easily. I have followed Angel Angelov's instruction to look up Rakia, and only 40%, the internet tells me, unless it's a homebrew job. That sounds pretty easy. Daniil Anufriev will also be on tenterhooks here. We haven't seen him in the top 32 this season, so the chance to move forward would certainly be one he'd like, I'm sure. Svetomir Petrov says homebrew is more like 60%. I love that this is a mixed drifting competition and bulk and alcohol podcast at this point. Indeed, Camille, that was my thought as well, but I thought Duran just barreled in a little bit. I think the fact that he didn't proceed with the run afterwards, I think told me that he thought he was in the wrong, but we'll see. Just give me a second. Meanwhile, with the pun of the season, we are indeed drifting off topic. Oh, Martinez saying the nerves going on. Yeah, I know, buddy. Big moment for you as well as Jose Duran here. You're just joining us here live on Pitlane.TV. We're awaiting a verdict here on a collision between Daniil Anufriev and Jose Duran, with Duran chasing. On initial viewing, it looked like Duran maybe was just a bit too ambitious on entry speed, but a decision is still not close, so... Well, it might be close, but we haven't seen one yet. Yeah, if you are just joining us, this is the finale of the SIMGEAR Drift competition here at the Algarve, and we're waiting with bated breath for this decision. Jose Duran, who sits second in the championship, finding out whether he's progressed into the top 8 as we speak, and is this another look at Duran's chase run? It's hard to tell with the identical cars. No, it's not. So this is Duran's lead run, which went pretty well. A few corrections on Duran's side, but a decent run from both parties in their identical and, relative to the GT86s and the S15s, very cumbersome machines. But this is the point of controversy. Looking at that again, maybe Anufriev was breaking out of the decel zone. It's possible. At a certain point, we might just need to put our hands up, get on the rack here, and say one more time. But Martinus Straker, the championship leader who has been undefeated this season, is already out if you're just joining us. He is gone, having had a scruffy chase run in his top 16 battle. Have a look in slow motion here at the collision. Even with that big shove, Anufriev made the turn. And we get confirmation that Jose Duran is through. Well, for Martinus Straker, the tense viewing continues because his championship rival is into the final 8. This is a new battle, but I'm not sure. Anufriev versus someone. It's not Jose Duran, is it? It is, it's Petrov and Dekov. Okay, that makes sense. So then Petrov in the lead in the Supra. As Boyan Dekov pursues in the BMW. A bit of a wild run through 6 and 7 there from Christian Petrov, but a bit shallow there through clip 9 by the looks of it as well. After all of that waiting, it was a very sudden move into the next runs, but Christian Petrov will now chase Boyan Dekov. I'll be hoping for a slightly smaller suspension period after this run. Dekov with big angle there through clip 1. That was mighty, but Petrov so close to him through the first couple of clips there, really testing the ability to put his nose against the back of the BMW. Great run from both, I must say. But Boyan Dekov throwing angles, throwing shapes. One of the better lead runs we've seen today from my point of view. That first clip was exquisite from Boyan Dekov. take a look back. It's a good chase run from Dekov as well. Petrov certainly did a good job leading. He did have a couple of... You see a little correction there going into clip 7. Dekov was maybe a bit shallow coming out of 9, but otherwise a good run. And then this angle of entry at clip 1 was pretty special. Petrov did a magnificent job of pursuing him. Was welded to the rear of that BMW. Now, I have to say, I think Petrov maybe did the better job of chasing. I think Dekov had the better lead run. They're tandem drifting, so they've had a fun, or they're tandem donutting, so I think they've enjoyed each other's company out there, but... Well... Because of just how spectacular his lead run was, my first gut instinct was to say Dekov, but... I mean, Petrov's lead was... really solid. Sorry, Petrov's chase was really solid. I think Brascusus in the chat asking, explain how he won. In reference to Duran's run earlier, I'm not qualified for that explanation, I'm afraid. I can only assume that his opponent was judged to have slowed excessively into clip 3, but I was as surprised as a lot of you are, but certainly going to make a compelling rest of the evening with Duran there. You can see that our broadcasters here at Pitlane.TV are saying, raising the possibility of one more time, but no confirmation of that just yet. It's possible, though. Again, the old adage, if you put a gun to my head. I think if you did, I would probably put it towards Petrov, but confirmation... We're going round again, one more time. Christian Petrov will lead once again. Can anything separate them on our second run through? Big angle again from both parties. Through the first clip, some more angle there from Boyan Dekov. If anything, he's very close to Petrov. Falls back a little bit through 4 and 5, but only a little bit. Got a bit unsettled there out of clip 7 by the looks of it. And a little correction there. I think a little bit of braking at clip 9 and 10, but a solid run again and a good effort as leader there from Christian Petrov. Now, where I feel Petrov excelled the most as chaser. Let's see if he can do it again. That Toyota badge was almost snapped off the front of that Supra by the rear end of the BMW earlier. All little contact going into the initiation zone, and that's seemingly put off Petrov's angle a bit through clip 1. He's right there with him through 3 and 4, though. Once again. That's a bit late to initiate there at 5. Isn't quite the same caliber of chase as we saw from Petrov earlier. A bit deep there into 8 as well. And 9. Couple of hip checks there between the two of them. I think maybe that one wasn't quite as sweet from Christian Petrov. Well, there's another solid pair of runs, but I think Petrov may have conceded there. There are a couple of flaws in that chase. Granted, Dekov's wasn't perfect, but I think he was a bit too close to the back of the BMW on before the initiation zone, hence the contact, and then subsequently Petrov was missing some angle at clip 1 and clip 5, and was then into the side of the BM in clip 8 and clip 9. Of course, I did think Dekov may have been a bit slow through 8, but ultimately, to a certain extent, the chaser needs to be prepared to adapt to what the lead is doing more so than just following the course robotically. I know, very interesting. Boyan Dekov is through. Christian Petrov, after a very impressive first run, didn't quite match up to it on the one more time. And in the Bulgarian battle, it is Dekov that progresses into the quarters. Here's where we stand then. All of our final 8 are locked in. And we are ready to see the quarterfinal. Let's take a brief break here as we take stock of a hugely pivotal top 16. Well, then we're back with the final 8, and if you're just joining us, a big elimination in the top 16 for the first time all year. Martinus Estreka has been eliminated, and his title rival, Jose Duran, is through. So the title's still mathematically up for grabs as Ethan Petraku and Sylvester Rookie kick off our quarter-final stage. Petraku, who's been impressive all day. Rookie there getting a little bit into the side of him in the big BMW, and late to initiate there at clip, or late to transition over there at the third clip. Little bit scruffy here from Rookie. Big angle there from Petraku, who maybe senses an opportunity for a first win if he can get through this top 8 battle. I think Rookie there, not a bad run, but he made a few errors there. Bit late to find any angle at clip 3. Gonna look back at that in a minute. For now, Sylvester Rookie leads Ethan Petraku. We're underway again. That Petraku mirroring perfectly there through the first clip. Staying nice and close. Oh, maybe slightly over adjusted there, but staying close. Putting in a mighty chase run until that point. Clip 8, maybe a bit of a falter there for Petraku, but the proximity and the angle was there for a majority of the run. Couple of corrections notwithstanding. You may have strayed over a couple of the lines on some of the longer clips, but I'd have to think that this would fall in Petraku's favour. We saw there at clip 1, Rookie very nearly into the side of the chaser, the Petraku car, if he didn't actually tap him, and was also a bit speedy and a bit speedy and a bit lacking of angle at clip 1 on his chase run. Well, there were a couple of blemishes on that chase from Petraku. It was, to me, I think, fairly clear that Ethan was the one that excelled there. And indeed, Ethan Petraku is put through. Next up, Angel Angelov going up against Donik Joseph. So then, Joseph will lead, Angelov will pursue. Angelov seemingly very happy to be in the final 8. Let's see what he does. A bit far from the edge of the track there at clip 1, but nice speed there through 3 and 4, closing in nicely. Oh, very close at the transition, I think. Got his nose cut off him there by Donik Joseph, and that's really messed the run up, unfortunately, for Angel Angelov. that that was necessarily on the American. Here we go. Angelov now leading this time as Donik Joseph pursues. Big angles there from Angelov. Joseph not doing a bad job chasing, but a bit fast and a bit lacking of angle at clip 7, but frankly, unless... Oh, another collision there from Donik. Well, I mean, neither chase run was glowing, but I have to think that Angelov's errors may be more substantive. It was a smaller collision, the first of them, but the effect it had on his actual run is palpable. As much as I would love to accept his alcohol, it's confirmed that Donik Joseph has progressed into the semi-finals. Big from Donik, who, again, I don't think we've seen this year in the top 32 at all. And what an impression the American is making. Now, Dorigo versus Santos is next, and I understand this might be the last complete battle of the final 8. There's suggestion that perhaps Jose Duran might not be competing any further in tonight's competition due to something going on the real world side. We'll have to see. Davide Dorigo and Felipe Santos are underway. It's Dorigo leading the Portuguese man on home turf. Lovely stuff from both of them through the first few clips there. Oh, but Felipe there having to check up a bit, and that really broke his flow a bit there. Don't think Dorigo checked up excessively to cause Felipe to break his flow like that, but we will look at the replay to clarify. For now, though, Felipe Santos will lead. It would certainly be pretty cool to see Felipe in the Final Four, given we are here at Portimao. Nice entry there from Santos, and Dorigo overcooks the angle and the speed a little bit there. Misses clip 2 and 3 by the looks of it. Scruffy stuff from Dorigo in chase, I'm afraid. I know that Santos checked up a little bit, but certainly I think this one for Davide Dorigo has been a misfire. Have another look at this as well to see whether maybe Santos was forced into making that little error at clip 8. I don't think he was, but we can have a look. I mean, there was a fair chunk of braking there from the Toyota driver, but Santos certainly had a good run in the lead, and For Dorigo, it was quite a scruffy run. One of the more scruffy chase runs we've seen. Lacking angle and just generally not quite hooking it up. Feel like that should be a Jordan slam dunk. Kobe, if you prefer. We'll wait for the decision here, but again, Santos made small errors. It wasn't perfection. There weren't there wasn't a lack of blemishes. There were a couple in his chase run, but it was a good lead, and I feel like Dorigo clearly had his share of hiccups in his chase run, so I mean, I'll come out and say it. I'd be shocked if Davide went through, but again, uneducated eyes here. Worthless opinion here. It's all on the judges. They will be taking every precaution to make sure that this is judged properly. Good point from Kamil Malecki that Santos did miss a zone, but he is judged to go through. So Felipe Santos will continue. And I was saying, I've been told that Jose Duran, I'll read the message I received directly. Jose Duran may miss the rest of the battles. He needs to go out for some reason. And he's not here. Jose Duran is not there at the start line. And if he doesn't rather suddenly show up in his big white R35, that not only eliminates him from this round, it would firm up the championship for Martinas Estreka. We seem to be waiting. Maybe there's a chance that Jose can make it out there, but this has certainly been the most dramatic round of the SIMGEAR drift competition, and a lot of it hasn't been within the runs. Boyan Dekov sets off on his own. Jose Duran, therefore, a non-starter. It'll be Boyan Dekov in the final four. And Jose Duran will be eliminated from Portimao. Moreover, he will not score enough points. He will be second in the championship if Pitraku gets to the final, I think Pitraku might score enough to take second place in the title, but well, we know he's out, and we know that Martinez Ostraker, despite being eliminated in the final 16, he will be the inaugural SimGear Drift Competition champion. Congratulations to Martin. Congratulations to Ethan Pitraku, Donik Joseph, Felipe Santos on home turf, and Boyan Dekov, all of whom will go through to the Final Four. Whether we're going to take a break or not, I think usually we wouldn't at this stage, but we're waiting for confirmation on that. No, looks like we're going straight into the Final Four then. Donik Joseph and Ethan Pitraku. This should be a good battle. Joseph has been solid for sure. We've got a couple of drivers who we haven't seen much of in the top 32 broadcast this year in this Final Four. Of course, for Pitraku, there's an opportunity here to potentially net second in the championship. He has often been in this Final Four. He has often, on at least one occasion, he has been up against a striker in the final. Mondello, certainly, he was in the final. And if memory serves me correctly, at Silverstone as well. So it's certainly a big task here for Donik Joseph, but Joseph has been impressive. We're underway then with this Final Four run. Through clip one, both of them nice and tidy, but maybe a bit too much speed there from Donik Joseph. Managed to save it well. Pitraku. Nice angle there through clip 8 as always. This driver of the Chaser impressing. Joseph leading then against Pitraku, and certainly a bit more angle there from Joseph, and then Pitraku has to take evasive action there as Donik whipped it into clip 2. That put him well off course, and we'll have to take another look at that, but Pitraku there with a slight error. At least to my first viewing. We'll have to see whether it was Donik maybe that was in the wrong after all, but let's take a look. A nice chase run here from Donik with that little overspeed into clip 3 notwithstanding. Stayed nice and close, and Pitraku as always sparkling with his effort in the lead, but it's that transition between clip 1 and 2 that we need to look at. It looked to me more like it was Pitraku's error than Donik Joseph's. Certainly hard moment there for Petraku. I think Joseph maybe was a little slower at the transition point into clip 2 than Ethan expected, but I thought maybe Ethan was trying to home in on the rear of the E92 more than anything, and got a bit bold on the speed into clip 2, but the judges will no doubt be treating this like the Zapruder film, watching back and to the left. Martinez Straker. I think the reality setting in for him that with Jose Duran failing to arrive on the line for the round of 8. He is confirmed as champion. Martinez Straker will be the champion of the initial SIMGEAR drift competition. Alexander Mossberg saying that Joseph added a significant amount of angle before transitioning, which is why Petraku had to kind of take evasive action. And I do see his point there. That certainly was angle being added from Joseph towards the end of clip 1, just before the swing into the transition. But I'll leave it up to the judges to cast the vote, of course. I can see how after viewing, that maybe one could weigh that against Danique Joseph as the leader. I do wonder if Petraku was maybe still being a bit excessive in speed, trying to get as close as possible to the rear of the E92, but I'm not qualified to press the button one way or the other in this battle across the Atlantic. If you're just joining us for the first time, well, don't expect the usual suspects in the final. Jose Duran and Martinez Straker have both been eliminated, and now so has Ethan Petraku. Danique Joseph is going through. Wow, okay, our championship top 3 are all out. And that means Jose Duran will be confirmed into second in the championship with that as well. Petraku can't outscore him. Felipe Santos leads our second semi-final. Look at Boyan Dekov right there on the back of the Silvia. Both of these drivers, to my memory, in their first semi-final of the season. Very nice from Felipe Santos as leader, but good chase there from Dekov as well. Some serious proximity for sure. Maybe a little bit further back in the last few clips, but certainly not far away at any point. Santos has quite the act to follow as chaser, but equally Boyan Dekov with a hard act to follow as lead. Into clip 1 they go. Looks like Santos was a bit shallow there through the first clip. Nice speed, though, into 3. Got it stopped for the apex as well. Nice transition through 5 and 6 from both of them, but missing clip 7, Felipe Santos. That could work against him. 8 equally scruffy. Gets it straightened back out there for 10, but I have to be honest, I think the dream of a Portuguese driver in the final here at Portimao may have just ended. It's been a great run, a great day from Felipe Santos. It was a great lead run. A really nice chase from Bojan Dekov, and he also stepped off when it came to his lead. Santos entered a little bit offline, and while he closed back in nicely, it all got a bit scruffy from here at clip number 6. Just lost the angle there at 7 and didn't quite nail it in clip 8 either. For me, that's a fairly easy decision in favour of Dekov, but Felipe Santos has nothing to be ashamed of there. Bojan Dekov does go through into the final. Of course, Santos will still have the opportunity here to bronze medal. And so here is where we stand. It's going to be Petraku versus Santos in the bronze race. And then Donik Joseph versus Bojan Dekov for top honours here at Portimao. Looks like we're going to stay here on site for this one without going to another ad break. So we're going to find out who takes third place here in Final B. Ethan Petraku versus Felipe Santos. Set to go head-to-head. For Santos, who has been receiving some great support among our viewers. I'm sure it would be meaningful for him to be in the top 3 at his home track. And of course, for Ethan Petraku to end his season on a high would be fabulous as well. He's going to be third in the championship once the dust settles on this one, behind Duran and the new champion, Martinez Estreka, the inaugural champion, of course, Martinez Estreka, here in the SIMGEAR Drift competition. There is Petraku. Felipe Santos to give chase here. Pair of 2Js are going to be redlining around the circuit. As you can see, the Silvia S15 2JZ listed there for that car for Felipe Santos. Up against Ethan Petraku, who is certainly a familiar sight here in these final showdowns. Who will be third in the final round of the season? Will it be the man who's third in the championship? Let's find out. Final B begins. Nice entry from Petraku. Santos with a bit of an adjustment there through clip 1. Very nice, though, through 2, 3, and 4 from both parties. Nice transition at 5 and 6. Santos staying right there with Petraku. Not quite matching him for angle in clip 8. A really nice run from both parties. Petraku leading with confidence, speed, and huge angles as he always does. Felipe Santos now has to step up to the plate as leader. And Petraku will be looking to win his final battle of the season. Here they go. Excellent chasing here from Petraku, staying right there with Santos. Really nice from Petraku. I spot no blemishes in that chase run. Perhaps you did. We'll have a look at the replay, but from my perspective, Petraku just about nailed that. Santos was a little bit lacking at clip 1. I did a good job staying close to the chaser. Could see a couple of adjustments for Santos and some places where he wasn't quite matching angle with Ethan Petraku, but it was a good chase. This run was really spectacular from both. Petraku, silky smooth as ever. Look at that. Great, great stuff. From Ethan Petraku, who I think you'd have to give the nod to there. We'll find out about that, I believe, after Final 8. BMW on BMW. Donik Joseph up against Boyan Dekov. And it's Joseph that leads them. For the first run, both very nice from an angle perspective there. Oh, goodness me. Wiping the nose of Dekov there, Donik Joseph. But look at Dekov. Perfectly in sync. Very close. Nice angles from both. Very good run. Some lag there by the looks of it from Donik, but that was a special run. Both parties did a great job there. Let's see how Joseph stacks up here then. Getting to chase this time against Boyan Dekov. Here we go, Dekov getting himself into the slide nice and early there. Very good speed and angle from Dekov there through clip 1, 2, 3 and 4. That was one of the most picturesque first halves of the run that we've seen. And Joseph, while he's close, while he's quick, I don't think he's quite mirroring Dekov in the same way that Dekov did to him. That is one of the nicest runs of the day from Boyan Dekov, and it couldn't have come at a better time. For me, the chase and the lead there for Boyan Dekov were both things of beauty. He may have had to take a slight bit of evasive action there between 1 and 2. In a similar way to what Petraku had to do against Donik Joseph earlier on. But for me, this lead run from Boyan Dekov was very impressive indeed. Don't know whether I've lost my picture or whether it's happened for the entire stream, but there It is again. Don't know if you stayed with that or not, but I lost picture for a few seconds. But I don't need to see it twice to say that I think Dekov managed something quite impressive there. Well, here's the final A results. Are we going to wait to see final B first? I don't know. We are. Petraku and Santos. Got some discussion of one more time going on for final A. We'll have to see. What about final B, though? Petraku and Santos. If you're wondering where Jose Duran and Martin Straker are, they were both eliminated earlier in the night. And for Martin Straker, he is confirmed, at least provisionally, of course, but the numbers say that he will be the inaugural champion of the SIMGEAR Drift competition. Which of these drivers is third? Which of these drivers is the winner in Final B and Final A? That's what we're waiting to find out. Ethan Petraku with third place, I don't think will score enough points to unseat Jose Duran for second in the championship, but that will be quite a narrow margin between them, I believe. Four drivers from four nations await the information along with us here as to what the order is. Santos and Petraku had a really good battle. My scorecards, as informal and irrelevant as it is, would give Petraku the edge over Santos. Equally, I think I'd have to give Bojan Dekov the nod in Final A, but we'll wait to see. You wait for the judges on this one. Both runs were very close. There was no obvious error that slams the door one way or the other, but they have decided that Ethan Petraku has claimed the third spot of the podium in our final event of the season. Congratulations to Ethan, and great job to Santos, as Bojan Dekov is confirmed as the winner of the final round. He is the only other driver to take a victory this season. Ethan Petraku, I think the only one who's done this last four tandem before this season. A lot of new faces at the sharp end this time as we watch Bojan Dekov, our winner, lead a slightly scruffy tandem. We again congratulate Martin Straker on a provisional championship win here in the SIMGEAR Drift competition of 2024. It's been a great first season. We have had thrills, spills, and particularly tonight, quite a few surprises. But a deserving champion, some great competition, some really high-level drivers joining us across four great destinations. If you've watched every round with us, we thank you for doing so. If you've just tripped upon it tonight, we hope you've enjoyed every moment of the action here on Pitlane.TV. Make sure to subscribe to the channel to see all of the action across motorsport on either side of the virtual divider, with a particular focus, of course, on Bulgarian racing. Make sure to look up Bullers, the Bulgarian electronic racing series, who bring you this championship. And we thank you so much for tuning in. From myself, Adam Weller, from everybody else involved with the inaugural SIMGEAR Drift competition, thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you again soon.
Запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да лети на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса в топа от врагове. Да запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да лети на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса в топа от врагове. Ти си това, на което се правиш. Така че внимавай какво е. Никой не чете финалният ти надпис, освен камък от хората остава спомен. Някога някой с теб е бил откровен и непресторен. Да носи запази това, независимо дали е бил приятел или опонент. Мигат лампи в нас и ми напомнят, че не трябва да изпадам пак в летаргия. Че избрах си сам да брам дреболи и се налага да се справям с това. Не изглежда яко, а? Но ако само така съм стъпил между светлината и сянката, така да бъде приятел, че аз нямам страх. Но имам доста работа, да направим малко хубава рап музика в България. Да си обраш шибаните лампи в банята. Да обичам семейството си. Да виждам отдалеч илюзии. Да не се замисля дали да нахраня некого от тези ми хлюзи. Особено ако не е закусил. Тук мисленето е вечно бинарно. Няма гледни точки между черно и бяло. Хора на произвола, дали ги пропаст. Тук имаш верен до теб си привилегирован. От създателите гори най-велики огън. Някои тях сяка са открили Бога, но блаженство ли им чакат чудесата или болка е загадка. И сега няма как да отговоря. Егоист, като всички хора съм. Това не е в природата, но искам да помогна на достойните, за да бъде общността по-добра, но какво това? Ако душата е кисия, провал ни е настигнал и глупака е месия, богата вересия. За мен е просто още един урок, искам само да не забравя как се балансира. Да запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да лети на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса в топа от врагове. Да запазя баланса, но и да вървя напред. Да не крача на празно, да летя на тъмна клет. Да запазя баланса, да не изпестя и ред. И да не остана на краса в това от врагове.
Занимаваше да сме отвърнали за